Those are live pictures from outside Parliament's precincts. We've been keeping an eye on the events there. Previously, Parliament voted 195 to 106 to pass the Finance Bill of 2024. We have Stephen Leto, who is in Parliament precincts. Stephen, we saw fire in Parliament. What else can you tell us?
Well, right now the protesters are outside the Parliament Road. These are the protesters who had gained access into Parliament and overran literally part of Parliament, taking or uprooting the flag that had been mounted on the Senate side. And outside Parliament, there were some people who appeared to have been shot dead. One of them is currently being loaded into ambulances that have just arrived outside Parliament. But first, before that, we've seen the flags that the protesters had taken from Parliament now wrapping the body that they're loading into the ambulance and singing the national anthem before releasing the ambulance. As we speak right now, more ambulances continue to come on this side, but where we are standing right at the Parliament Road at the far end, that is at the side of the Senate, we can see smoke billowing. That is where the protesters had burned down the police truck before now police opened the fire, and several protesters appear to have been shot. And we are not really sure what is happening on the other end, because it is extreme in terms of the engagement between police and the protesters. But from this end of Parliament, where the bodies are being loaded into the ambulances, we see police have exercised some sort of restraint on this side as protesters now march with the bodies along Parliament Road. But even on the other side of Parliament, that is affecting Woolworth, police are still with protesters who want to gain that end, which is in their way to Parliament. We've seen them carrying
That is Stephen Leto explaining what was transpiring in and around Parliament. We did see a police truck on fire outside Parliament. We will seek to find out how far, if indeed, the protesters breached Parliament's precincts. Stephen, how far did the protesters get within Parliament's precincts, if indeed they breached?
Are also visible on this end. So, Olive, that is what we can see outside here. But members of Parliament are marooned inside Parliament because they cannot get out. But some of them, we have seen vehicles taking the newly built tunnel that connects Parliament to the new Bunge Towers that is just adjacent across. Some of the members of Parliament who tried to cross the road met, angry protesters who were shouting at them that Wasaliti over the finance bill that was passed a while ago in the National Assembly. But even on the side of the sky, we can see police. We can see, helicopter surveillance just around Parliament, and just assuming that this is not the end of the engagement to the police, because more protesters we see continue to surge towards the side of Paphos.
Then we also have Seth Olale, who is in Parliament. Seth, if you can hear me, where in Parliament are you and what are you able to tell us? Seth Olale, can you hear me? Where are you within Parliament and what can you tell us? Sorry, it appears we cannot, Seth Olale cannot hear me, but we will continue to attempt to reach him. But earlier we had Stephen Leto tell us that protesters did indeed breach Parliament's precincts. And Seth Olale, can you hear me now? Seth Olale, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Go ahead, Seth Olale. What can you tell us? Where are you within Parliament?
I'm with over 60 members of Parliament who are basement 2 and basement 1 of Parliament buildings. The main building that hosts the main chambers of the National Assembly and the Senate. Among those where I am include the leader of minority of your and what I can confirm and this one now led to the side right now there's an ambulance that is coming right in the basement area. Also, earlier on, we saw quite a number of MPs being overwhelmed. Some, unfortunately, like fainting or just collapsing in that particular stampede, because what happened immediately, Parliament building was invaded by, not so sure if they were protesters or not, but after that particular invasion, what happened is that MPs started campaigning for safety. Some were going upstairs, others managed to go towards the basement in order to reach. And right now the situation is even getting worse. The number of police officers who are attempting just to come to rescue members of parliament. We are still trapped here at basement 2 and basement 1. Following this particular place, we are being told that a section of Parliament building is already on fire. I'm yet to confirm, but according to a security officer who's just come to join us right now where we are at basement 2, he says that he can confirm that a section of buildings inside Parliament buildings have actually been set on fire. Right now we can see an ambulance that is now coming, and right now we can see that is the Speaker of the Senate, Amason Kingi, being evacuated in an ambulance under heavy security.
That was Seth Olale speaking to us from Parliament precincts. He is in the basement, and that explains the quality of the connection. But he did say he was in the company of members of Parliament who had been evacuated on account of fears for their safety. He did say he had received reports that a section of Parliament had been set ablaze, and he was saying something to do with the Senate Speaker, Amason Kingi, being evacuated in an ambulance. But he will provide further detail once we are able to reach him. Earlier we had from Stephen Leto. So we do have Stephen Leto and Seth Olale within Parliament's precincts, painting a picture of what has happened. We've seen protests across the country, not just in Nairobi. Nakuru, we saw protests. Kitengela, we saw protests. We saw protests again in Mombasa. In an escalation of the protests we saw on Thursday, unlike the peaceful protests we've witnessed so far, this time round there were stones, objects flying from either. There was a heavy security presence, but the protesters managed to make their way, as you heard there from Stephen Leto and Seth Olale, to within Parliament's precincts. We are now joined by Emmanuel To. You are outside Parliament. Has the situation calmed down? What are you witnessing?
Well, thank you very much. We are along Parliament Road, where the police are just engaging some of these protesters, and there are two bodies that are still lying on this Parliament Road within the CBD, just outside Parliament, and the ambulances from Red Cross and others have been picking some along City Hallway, and it seems that the police have shot a few protesters who are here. Have counted at least 3 as I was walking towards this part of Parliament, and the demonstrators have also torched some of the vehicles that were being used by the police, and some of the water cannons were being used to put off some of the fires that had been put on during that stampede that was witnessed. I'm seeing the members of the police, including Adamson Bungay, who is also one of the senior officers in Nairobi County, is here at the scene, and some of those who are protesting are still wailing, just asking why the police had to shoot some to the head, straight to the head, and it is very ugly scene, and we are trying to just understand what is happening. But the demonstrators have been able to overrun the security protocol that was here, and also breaking the fence that is just the parliament fence. And some part of the parliament buildings has caught fire towards the side, housing some of the offices of those leaders of the house, and some of the rooms where committee meetings are normally held. And so we're just monitoring the situation, but that is the situation as is right now. Police are still using tear gas to disperse some of the protesters who have come around here. I beg your pardon, I have to leave, but that's the latest we have from here. Back to you.
Thank you for that update, Emmanuel. So you can see there in those pictures that the police commander, Nairobi County, Adamson Bungei, is on site, and he is outside Parliament's precincts. We saw their protesters as well, and Emmanuel Cho has told us that they're asking why police had to fatally shoot the protesters. Leto tells us there are at least, I beg your pardon, Emmanuel Cho tells us that there are some who have been shot fatally, and an unknown number outside Parliament. But he did say that part of Parliament's fence had been damaged, and that part of Parliament had caught fire. The side, he said, that houses offices of Parliament offices. So that is what we have from Emmanuel Cho. So we've got an update so far from Stephen Leto, Seth Olale, as well as Emmanuel Cho outside Parliament, though he had to leave. Let's listen in and get a sense of what is transpiring.
Nipiga risasi, niko tayari kufa. Leo siku yangu ya kuzaliwa. Wewe niache wewe. Nitatembea, wewe niache wewe. Nitatembea. Nitatembea, wewe enda. Wewe enda, nitatembea. Enda tembea wewe. Sikukaribii, wewe nimekuona. Sikukaribii wewe. Sikukaribii. Mimi napiga hapa magoti, nataka risasi. Kama ndio mmetumwa mfanye, fanyeni hivyo. Fanyeni hivyo. Natupiga bure. Natupiga bure. Natupiga bure. Kwenda wapi? Hapa nyinyi tunawatetea. Kwenda wapi? Tunawatetea. Hapa nyinyi tunawatetea. Who's the corner here? Move, guys, let's move, guys. Get everything! Get everything! Get everything! Get everything! Put on top up! For shooting! Why? Why?
Complaining at the expenditure that the government seems to, in their words, they're saying that the government should reduce the expenditure. They want the public finances managed properly by the government and those who are in charge. And they equally want accountability from their leaders. Remember, this coming on a day that we saw the Finance Bill 2024 reached the committee stage where we saw some of those amendments that were proposed by the government pass through. But of course, that final vote has not yet happened. It is yet to happen. All this is for the government to try and raise additional revenue of 346 billion shillings. They're saying this will help with running the country. But of course, those are live pictures you're seeing on the screen. This is what is happening here in Nairobi, the CBD Parliament buildings. Some protesters managed to enter the Parliament precincts, and of course, some chaos of some sort was witnessed. Guns have been, we've seen gunshots being witnessed. We've seen a few people being injured. Others have been shot dead. And also we have seen the members of Parliament try and run to Bunge Towers, running to safety through that particular tunnel that is connecting Parliament buildings to Bunge Tower. Of course, we continue monitoring the situation, not just in Nairobi, but also in different parts of the country. We're equally monitoring the diaspora protests, the Kenyans who are in the diaspora, United Kingdom, USA. They're trying to, protest in solidarity with their fellow Kenyans. So this is the situation. So far, St. John's Ambulance has confirmed their number of deaths. When we last got that tally, it was 8 protesters who have been confirmed dead, several others injured. We have seen destruction of property in the CBD here in Nairobi. We've equally seen a police lorry being set on fire. We've seen Azimio allied members of Parliament, say they're in the side of the people, they're with the people when it comes to the rejection of this Finance Bill 2024. So that is the situation on the ground. We're trying to get our reporters on the ground to give us an update on what exactly is happening at this particular moment. As you can see those shots, it seems there's explosions, or is it fire that has been lit different parts. This is courtesy of TV47. This is inside Parliament. And you can see the destruction that has happened there. Tables broken. As you can see, there are broken windows, broken furniture, destruction that has been, particular bill, it will hurt Kenyans, and of course this will only ensure that the cost of living is harder for Kenyans. But that is the situation on the ground. As you can see there, police officers trying to surround parliament buildings. We've seen destruction. So far, at least, we're not seeing clouds of tear gas, meaning maybe some of those protesters have dispersed, with fears after the gunshots were heard and several others were equally shot, others injured. But we've seen the destruction that has taken place. We've seen glasses being broken inside Parliament. We've equally seen furniture, broken. So this is what is happening in Nairobi. But it's also good to note that these protests are not only in Nairobi, they're equally in Nakuru, they're being witnessed in Eldoret, different parts of this nation, from Lamu to Kwale to Kilifi, you name it, they're all the Gen Z, that is the youth, are coming out and they're saying we need to reject this Finance Bill 2024. Our members of Parliament need to listen to us. We are the ones who put put them in power, and therefore they need to listen to what we need as a country. They are saying all this has been sparked by anger and hunger. That is a situation. I'm trying to figure out where exactly this is happening. The live pictures on your screen right now. It should be near Parliament buildings. These are just protesters who are trying to make their way away from Parliament, if I am not wrong, after what was witnessed a few minutes ago. Remember, a section of Parliament is on fire. We equally saw a police lorry set on fire. So Parliament windows equally broken. All this experience in a span of less than 1 hour. The situation went from bad to worse in a few seconds. You can see there, this is inside Parliament buildings, the destruction, the flags that have been, destroyed, brought to the ground. I believe those are county flags, if I'm not wrong, then that should be the Senate. So this is the situation on the ground. We continue trying to get information.
I told him. Ari?
Mswada wa fedha mwaka wa 2024 katika awamu ya pili, na wabunge idadi ni kubwa zaidi na wale ambao wa fedha
nafunga kwa solidarity.
So we are coming to you live from Jamia Mosque, where a few ambulances are checking in with patients that have been hurt during these demos. And so far, at least, we have already received around 5 patients that are seeking medical attention currently at Jamia Mosque. And the doctors are in, the nurses are in from all hospitals, all practitioners across the country that have come and camped here just to help the patients that are checking in to these grounds. Perhaps we could move over to the tents because now the ambulances are empty, and maybe we could just see what is happening on the other side. Another patient is being brought in, and you know, that is another patient entering the ambulances, maybe seeking medical attention from other hospital facilities. So this point has been created by a number of people just to help these patients who are coming in. It is a first aid center, an emergency center for every person that is hurt as they demonstrate. So maybe we could move with my camera person to where they are seeking medical attention, and we look at a few cases that have been brought in. Those are just a few of these cases that are coming in, and people are still coming in, but they have put some barrier so that they can censor out a few people. Those are just a few of those that are seated around here that have already been attended to, given out their first aid, and others are still waiting for medical attention from these practitioners that have come here since morning as they try to give out this first aid and attention to this young generation that have gotten hurt. So perhaps I could speak to one of the practitioners here, and then we could hear one or two from
We have Emmanuel Leto at the Holy Family Basilica. I do beg your pardon, Emmanuel To. Emmanuel, what is happening where you are?
Well, we are at Holy Family Basilica, where some of those who are injured are getting treatment right now, but the police are still firing tear gas inside the camp, the tent that has been set up here to attend to those who have been shot, who have gun wounds on their bodies, and it is just sad because there are some who have been who are actually receiving treatment, and the police are still firing the tear gas canisters inside here as they continue to engage the demonstrators who are taking refuge here at the church at the Holy Family Basilica. And right now there are about 15 people currently inside this tent who are receiving treatment as we speak. Most of them are victims who have gunshot wounds on their bodies, and we are just trying to see how far we can get to try and of course get a comment from some of those officers who are here. But this is the situation. The officers are still engaging these demonstrators, and the demonstrators are responding back. Some of them pelting stones, but there has been a lot of force that has been used by the police to try and contain the situation. Remember, these demonstrators have overrun the security barricade that had been erected just outside Holy Family Basilica next to Parliament, and have made their way inside Parliament and have actually occupied some of it. And we are still here trying to understand how grave the situation is. I've seen several ambulances come in and out of Holy Family Basilica trying to bring in and also take out some of those who have been injured. There's one who is coming in right now who is being escorted by, I believe, journalists who has actually been injured during the melee that we have witnessed around here. And just away from those who have been injured here, I have seen, I know that there could be more, but I've counted at least 3 bodies around the Parliament Road of some of those protesters who had gunshot wounds, most of them on their heads, and of course, it's just that engagement that was there between the police and the demonstrators who have stayed throughout the day here in the capital with the anti-finance bill demonstrations. And so, Olive, this is the situation, and we'll be getting some more details in a few minutes from what is happening right here at the Holy Family Basilica.
Emmanuel To speaking to us there from the Holy Family Basilica, and he was explaining what transpired a couple of minutes ago, where tear gas was being lobbed into the facility, the church, where people are receiving medical assistance, those who have been injured in the protests. Let's continue to listen in to what is happening.
To take you to the National Assembly side, because that's where a lot of damage also was done by these protesters who today have managed to access Parliament. It is one of its kind situation that has never been
katika taifa hili wameingia katika bunge lile kuweza kupeleka fedheha zao na kueleza hisia zao hususan kuhusiana na mswada wa fedha wa mwaka 2024. Waandamanaji hao wamefaulu kuingia katika eneo la Mankuli ambapo wabunge walikuwa wako katika sehemu hiyo. Hata lile eneo ambalo huwa ni la mapumziko la wabunge pia wameweza kuingia pale. Baadhi ya wabunge wamelazimika kutoroka na kuondoka katika majengo hayo ya bunge ambayo ilikuwa yanaendelea hapo sasa hivi. Bunge lilikuwa limekaa katika vikao vyake likiendelea kuzungumzia masuala mbalimbali ya bunge, na kama unavyoziona uharibifu mkubwa umeweza kutekelezwa katika bunge hilo la kitaifa, na waandamanaji takriban 8 kama ilivyothibitishwa ni kwamba wameaga dunia katika hali hiyo, wakiweza kufyatuliwa risasi na maafisa ya polisi ambao walikuwa wanashika doria katika eneo hili wakijaribu kuwazuia waandamanaji hao kuingia katika bunge hili la kitaifa. Imekuwa toka awali, toka mwanzo asubuhi, waandamanaji hao wakizuiliwa na maafisa wa polisi kufika katika eneo hili la barabara ya Parliament, lakini wamefanya juhudi zao hadi wakiingia kupitia njia ambayo ni ya hoteli ya Intercontinental, wakielekea hadi katika makao ya bunge hayo, wakifaulu kuingia ndani ambapo uharibifu mkubwa umeweza kufanyika pale. Wamekuwa kilalamika kutwa nzima kuanzia leo. Maandamano haya hayajafanyika katikati ya jiji la Nairobi peke yake. Yamefanyika katika maeneo mengi. Yamefanyika katika kaunti ya Mombasa, katika jiji la Mombasa. Yamefanyika katika kaunti ya Kisumu. Kule Eldoret pia kumekuwa na maandamano. Na vile vile pia tumeona maandamano katika kaunti ya Nakuru. Nataka nikupeleke katika msikiti wa Jamii ambapo mwenzangu Vera Mura yuko pale, tuweze kusikia hisia ni zipi hususan kwa watu ambao waandamanaji ambao wamepata majeraha wamepelekwa pale. Hebu tusikilize.
We have people who have come here with deep cuts, we have fractures, we have severe bleeding, and we also have babies who came here due to the tear gas. We have people who the tear gas have got to affect them. This is in regards to maybe their conditions, maybe asthma and stuff. So we are really doing our best to be here for the Gen Zs, because right now most medical centers are not accessible, but we are here to bring the services to them here in town. So right now we are in Jamia Mall, and we are really working hard with other staffs, not only medical students. Perhaps you could tell us how many of your students were here and how many exactly did you gather to come here and help out the protesters? Okay, as at now we have 300 students, but more are on their way coming. There are some who have been blocked, the roads have been blocked, so it has been inaccessible for them to get here. But one thing that I know is that the students are coming to support the other Gen Zs, because we are here to fight for our future and we are here to fight for our rights. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is what is happening currently at Jamia Mosque, where we are having an emergency center. A few people are camping here. Just to bring you to speed is that a lot of medics are here, and AMREF is here, Red Cross is here, different medical practitioners are here, and they are trying to attend to these patients. So far we have 2 minors who are brought here because of tear gas suffocation. We have reports of severe injuries of the head due to canister blowing on their heads and the chest, their legs. The those that were injured because of stampedes. And a lot is happening currently here, but the medics are up to speed. A lot of activities going on of attending to these people, perhaps to do some injections to stop some bleeding. We shall be bringing to you live from this location and other locations across the board as we cover this day of Occupy Parliament demos, which is the 3rd day of Occupy Parliament demos in Nairobi. But across the country, it has been 7 days and tentatively 2 weeks of Occupy Parliament demos across other country. The hashtag of Gen Z is Reject the Finance Bill 2022, and this is the 3rd day of demos in Nairobi. So far at this center in Jamia, we are having more than 200 cases have been brought here, and once they are brought here, what is done is to stop the bleeding and to look at the wounds. The doctors are able to tell if they need more medical attention, and there are ambulances that were brought in by well-wishers, some government hospitals, and they are being used to transport the patients that are in critical condition to public hospitals to get more medical attention. But so far, medics have been here since 10 a.m. in the morning, and they had announced on their social media platforms that this area or this center will be here just to receive medics from wherever point they will be injured and giving them first aid. These people here have not been sent here by anybody. They tell me they are here specifically because they wanted to help in the demos. Speaking to a few organizations that are here, they're recording numbers of more than 200 people. And perhaps I will also introduce another voice that will tell us how they have been going on during the day and how many people have you received as a medic today? Yes.
Thank you very much. We are all here volunteering and trying to help. We've already received over 600 people that have been coming to us for help. I have to go back to work, but what we are requesting now is anyone who is there, the well-wishers, a couple of NGOs that reached out, please you can send in supplies because we are continuing to receive more people. Our tents at All Saints have already been tear-gassed, so we need syringes, we need gauzes, we need all the supplies that we can get because we are getting as many patients as possible. If you're able to send them to us, we are still at Jamia Mosque. So please, you can send them all the way here and be able to assist as many people.
Perhaps you could put it clear on how many cases have you handled tentatively and what are some of the critical cases that you handled today?
The cases are continuing to increase and unfortunately we have different registration desks, so we haven't been able to collect them, but we're definitely way past the 500 marks by far by now. Coordinating by different medical associations, young doctors. We also have my colleague here who is able to give you a more general view of what we are doing here today.
Perhaps you could begin by your name and tell us which organization you work for and at what time were you here exactly and are you planning to stay here until these demos go down or tell us?
Right, that is the situation on the ground here in Nairobi CBD. But I just want us to tell you this news getting to our newsroom right now, the threats to shut down KTN News. Now, in the wake
sasa tunakuja kidogo.
Mama ametuambia tukae mpaka sawa hatuwezi toka marusha mama amesema tukaukulima tutafuramu mama tungekani
Maji imetosha, mnataka maji ingine niwalete? Water, anything, any substance. This is CJ.
Nchi gani?
Setting up our lighthouse. Okay. So you want to let Okay. Yes. Okay. Just stand in front of the camera. We're on air right now. All right. So we just want to hear from you.
They have been rushed to Kenyatta National Hospital and various hospitals that are around here. We have also received other cases who are seriously, who are having actually the fractures in their lower limbs. We've attended to them with a very good team here who have assisted us here. And so far, we are still waiting for more. In case of any other casualties, we are ready to assist them. However, we are still receiving a lot of challenges of supplies and many other commodities that we need here. So far, we've had around 15 practitioners who have come from various hospitals and various actually sister hospitals to assist us here. We also received a very good help from the Catholic Church, which has given us this ground. However, another challenge we are also receiving, we have been tear gassed here. So we are actually having a lot of challenges here, but it is out of utmost solidarity we are here to assist those who are found to be injured.
Okay. Just to wrap it up, how many have you received and how many are in critical condition? And what are you telling the government for those who are lobbing tear gas inside here?
I've actually received close to 30 to 40 patients, casualties who have received. Those who are seriously injured have been around 9 to 10. Seriously injured with broken legs, some who have been shot on their thighs, some who have been shot on the head, slightly the bullet passing through. And I'm here to tell the
backup.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. We'll be getting to you for more updates. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
anatoroka huko yeye anaenda.
Tuko hapa kwa street tumechoka. Hatutamui serikali yao wakae nayo huko.
Sawa sawa. Na pia kuna ngoja kwanza, bunge la seneti wameweza kuunda kamati ya majopo maalum. Palo wamesema kwamba watakuwa wakiweza kushughulikia masuala yenu. Mtakuwa mkiweza kufika pale kutoa maoni. Jina lako utatoa kofia.
Jina langu ni Omosh. Sitaki Ruto aende nyumbani. Hatutaki huyo motherfucker. Hatutaki Ruto. Ruto aende nyumbani.
Sawa sawa. Ngoja kidogo tu alafu tena tuweze kuendelea na mazungumzo hapa. Well, listening from the protesters here, of course, they bit disorderly, and of course that is quite normal such a protesters here. But just listening to them is that they really want the bill to be not really amended, but an overhaul in as much as has already passed that bill. I can be drowned here the noise. So I pass on to my colleague.
Naam, shukrani sana. Kama unavyoona kwa sasa katika kaunti ya Nyeri ni kwamba kilichotakiwa kuwa maandamano ya amani kimegeuka na kuwa hali ambayo kwa kidogo tunaweza kusema kwamba haieleweki. Maana yake hapa tulipo
One block.
Hiyo maji iko?
Sasa na maji. Sawa. Water. Wait, non-medics, step back.
Sarah.
Hao wanasahau wako na watoto. Wanasahau wako na watoto. Hao ni watoto wa watu.
What would you tell the president right now if he was watching right now?
The president, he campaigned on the platform that he is for the people, for the interest of the people. And if really he was elected based on his wish to help the Kenyan people, he should see that these are the people who put him where he is. He should listen to them. I think problem shared is a problem half solved.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's just have you here, or just stand there. Just stand there. Your name and tell us your comments about the situation here. And I'm seeing some more police officers are still coming in.
Okay, I'm Deacon Wilson Kamau. I work here at Holy Family Basilica. We are in solidarity with good and well wishers who are helping victims of this peaceful demonstration. Some are very much injured, and due to humanitarian grounds and charity, they are being treated here in the free camp. And we should allow the medics to do their work. The police should not throw tear gas canisters here. Because this is the church where people are finding refuge. Yes.
All right, and perhaps what would you say or tell the government right now? Let's move closer to where they are.
Okay. I'll tell them to retaliate and at least even offer protection to those people that are coming here to seek medical assistance. Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right. And perhaps on this finance bill that has caused the demonstrations that we're seeing, could you just stand here? What would you say about it quickly?
The KCCB spoke, and His Grace, the Archbishop of Nairobi, also spoke. So his stance still remain. The KCCB stance still remain. And if the church proposed and give their suggestion and they're not heard, I don't know whether there is another channel that we can use, but let us protect life rather than kill it. At least this demonstration can be contained in a peaceful manner. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Eneo la jikoni
Alan Ochanda with the demonstrators there who were giving their sentiments with regards to the bill that is before the National Assembly. And as has been rightfully said, Azimio leaders have said that they will not support that bill. They will not make any amendments, that they want the entire bill be dropped in totality. It is a conversation that goes, it is a situation that continues to continue in the country. As you can see on your streets, on the screens before you, that looks like Emperor Plaza, that is on Kenyatta Avenue, and it is packed by demonstrators who seem not to be going anywhere. This despite Kithure Kindiki, the Interior CS, warning that action will be taken for demos beyond 6:30 p.m. and that if the demonstrators try to attack or access protected areas, that action will equally be taken against them. But we see that despite the warnings from the Interior CS, the demonstrators have managed to gain access into protected areas. We've seen the destruction that has happened there. But we need to remember that this entire destruction that we're seeing is all about the Finance Bill 2024, and the demonstrators are saying they do not need amendments. They want this bill be thrown out all together. Yeri.
Ndio, kama anavyokueleza mwenzangu hapa Seto, ni kwamba katika maeneo ambayo yamelindwa, jana tulimsikia waziri wa usalama wa kitaifa Profesa Kithure Kindiki akisema kwamba maeneo hayo hayastahiki waandamanaji kuingia, lakini leo tumeona wakiingia katika majengo ya bunge. Kule Mombasa tumeona wakijaribu kuingia katika ikulu ndogo ya Mombasa, lakini waandamanaji katika mji ule wakaweza kufukuzwa na kuondolewa na maafisa wa polisi ambao walikuwa wanalinda kule ama wakishika doria na kuweza kuwatuliza waandamanaji hao. Lakini hali ni tete hapa katika jiji la Nairobi, manake risasi moto tumeziona zikipigwa, tumeona kukilipuliwa vitoza machozi katikati ya jiji la Nairobi. Wako walioumia, wako ambao pia wameaga dunia baada ya kupigwa risasi ama kufyatuliwa risasi na maafisa wa polisi pale ambapo walikuwa wakijaribu kuingia katika maeneo ambayo yamekuwa yakilindwa. Hayo ndio yamekuwa yakifanyika hapo katika majengo ya bunge. Walikuwa na nia na lengo la kuelekea katika majengo ya bunge. Kama unavyoona, hii ni barabara ambayo ni katika barabara ile karibu na jengo lile la GPO. Waandamanaji hao hawajakata kauli, bado wapo katikati ya jiji la Nairobi wakitaka kuelekea katika bunge la kitaifa. Wamefaulu kuingia. Lengo lao lilikuwa
uchafuzi ambao tunazidi kuona ni kwa sababu hakuna yule ambaye anataka kusikiza mwenziwe. Lakini pia ukiangalia Azimio, wale opposition wamesema kuwa wao hawataungana na mswada huu in any way. Watahakikisha kuwa wanataka mswada huo uondolewe bungeni ili watu waketi chini waangalie ni lipi wa Kenya wanataka, ni yapi ambao wataweka kwenye mswada huu. Yeri.
Naam, wito umekuwa ukitolewa kwa Rais William Ruto aweze kuwasikiliza na aweze kulistisha watu wake kwanza, aweze kusikiza maoni ya wananchi ambao wamekuwa barabarani. Manake wananchi wanahisi kwamba katika ile katiba ya Kenya kipengele cha kwanza kinazungumzia kwamba nguvu kubwa iko kwa wananchi wenyewe. Na leo hii wameamua kwamba wanataka kuchukua nguvu zao, sio zile ambazo wameweza kuwapatia viongozi wao kuelekea bungeni kuweza kuwakilisha, wakitaka waweze kusikizwa wao kwanza kabla ya wabunge kwenda katika bunge kujadili yale ambao wanahisi yamekuwa yakitekelezwa. Wengi ukiwasikiza wamekuwa kilalamikia sana mswada wa ama sheria ya fedha ya mwaka 2023 ilikuwa ni kandamizi sana kwao, lakini sasa hivi imekuja na mambo mengine tena wanahisi itazidi kuwakandamiza zaidi katika mswada wa fedha wa mwaka 2024. Hali haijakuwa nzuri kutokana na mswada ama sheria ya fedha ya mwaka 2023, na sasa hivi wanahisi kuna jiwe lingine juu linaongezewa kwao ambapo tayari mzigo umekuwa mzito. Lakini kuna masuala ambayo yanaibuka katika swala hili ambapo, je, unadhani kwamba rais anafaa kufanya nini kwa sasa hivi? Manake tumeona hadi watu wakifuatuliwa risasi na maafisa wa polisi.
Unajua yeye tukizungumza kuhusu mambo ambayo yanaendelea sasa hivi, jinsi umesema katiba inasema kwa nguvu sovereignty belongs to the people. That hiyo inamaanisha kuwa wana Kenya milioni 57 sasa wamezungumza, wamesema kuna vitu ambavyo tunataka muweze mkarekebisha ndani ya sheria. Hatutaki sheria ifanywe marekebisho, bali tunataka mkuje na sheria nyingine ambayo haitukandamizi sisi kama wananchi. Pia Wakenya wanauliza, je, katika mswada wa fedha mwaka 2023 mlitutoza ushuru. Hayo pesa mmetumia kwa njia gani? Kuna masuala mengi ambayo Wakenya wanazidi wakiibua kila kukicha, lakini pia tunaona hatupati, Wakenya hawajapewa response ambayo wanaona ni kama inawajali ama ni response ambayo ina meet their demands. Hivyo basi wanauliza maswali mazito tu, na hata hivyo katika huu mswada ambao sasa unaleta tete nzima siku nzima, leo tunaona ni nipe nikupe, makimbizano mjini, vitoza machozi, risasi. Tukizungumza sasa, kuna wale Wakenya ambao wamepoteza maisha yao kwa sababu wamepigwa risasi, ambapo pia ukiangalia civil society wanauliza ni vipi askari wanatumia risasi kwa waandamanaji, unajua. So kuna zile standing orders pia kwenye askari ambazo watu wanauliza tu sasa hivi, lakini ni swala ambalo laendelea. Ukiangalia kwenye runinga yako hapo, ni katikati mwa mji wa Nairobi, hapo ni Kenyatta Avenue, ambapo waandamanaji wako, and they're continuing with the demonstrations outside Emperor Plaza, that is Kenyatta Avenue, as they continue to demonstrate. Lakini yeye tukizungumza kuhusu mswada huu, Wakenya ni nini haswa ambayo wanamwambia rais na wabunge? Kwa sababu mahala ambapo imefika, wameenda hadi bungeni, wamesema sisi tuliwapa delegated responsibility kutuwakilisha sisi, lakini wanaona ni kwamba hawa wabunge hawafikishi ujumbe ambao wamepewa wafikishie rais.
Nikiwasikiza toka asubuhi vile ambavyo wamekuwa wakizungumza, wengi wao wanahisi kwamba hawajakuwa kisikizwa. Manake tukirudi nyuma katika sheria ya fedha ya mwaka 2023 kulikuwa na ile sheria ambayo ni ya makazi ya bei nafuu, ambapo walitaka sheria ile iondolewe kikamilifu kwa sababu walihisi kwamba hawaihitaji kwa wakati ule, lakini serikali ikawalazimishia, ikaiweka katika sheria. Mwanzo ikapelekwa kotini, ikaondolewa, lakini bado ikabaki kuwa sheria, ikatafutiwa mbinu nyingine, ikawekwa, ikapunguziwa kutoka 5% hadi 2.5%. Lakini sasa hivi pia kuna malalamishi kadha wa kadha. Kwanza kulikuwa na ule ushuru ambao ulikuwa umependekezwa awali katika mkate, alafu kukawa na huu mshuru kama tukizungumzia eco levy ambayo inaenda kuongeza ushuru wa 2.5%. Ushuru huu ukiuangalia unaenda kuwekewa bidhaa ambazo zitakuwa na uchafuzi katika mazingira. Tukizungumzia nepi za watoto, tukizungumzia hizi sodo ambazo zinatumika na wanawake. Kwa hivyo hapo kuna baadhi wanahisi tunaenda kuwaumiza watu wengi. Na pia vile kando na hiyo umeangalia ile digital tax ambayo ni ushuru utatozwa watumizi wote ambao wanatumia mitandao. Kwa hivyo wale ambao ni wazalishaji wa vipindi na wengi ambao wanaangalia vipindi hivi ni kizazi hiki cha Gen Z. Kwa hivyo wao wanahisi ni kwamba sheria hii imewalenga wao moja kwa moja, lakini wakijiuliza swali, hapa tulitozwa pesa nyingi ambazo, turudi kwa housing levy, hatujajua kwamba zimetumika kwa kiwango gani, hatujajua kimewekwa wapi, kwa sababu tunaona tu mambo yanaendelea, ufisadi bado upo, inatajwa watu wametekeleza ufisadi fulani, lakini hawajafikishwa mahakamani na kuchukuliwa hatia. Kwa hivyo haya ni baadhi ya mambo ambayo yamewaghadhabisha vijana hawa ambao wengi wao pia hawana ajira. Ajira ambazo wamekuwa wakiahidiwa hawazipati. Ajira wanaambiwa tutawatafutia ajira katika mataifa ya nje. Ukirudi unapata kwamba bado ukitafuta cheti cha kusafiri kinakuchukua miezi 3-4 hujaweza kukipata. Kwa hivyo kuna malalamishi kadha wa kadha ambayo wako nayo, ambayo nahisi rais anafaa kukaa kuwasikiliza. Swali ni anakaa na nani? Manake wote haukai ukaona kwamba kuna kiongozi. Manake umeona leo asubuhi kumekuwa na kamata, umemwona Gabriel Oguda, umemwona Shadi wameshikwa, lakini bado vijana hawa wamejitokeza na kuenda paka katika bunge, kwa sababu hiyo ndio ilikuwa ni lengo lao na maudhui yao kwamba wanataka kuingia katika bunge. Kwa hivyo rais nahisi kimimi anafaa kufanya tu kuzungumza na taifa, si kuzungumza na vijana, azungumze na taifa zima kwa jumla.
Na pia tukizungumza kuhusu mswada huu pia mwanzo wa mazungumzo ambayo rais inafaa azungumze na wananchi ni kuhusiana na sheria ambayo iko mbele ya bunge, ambacho Wakenya wamesema wanataka ni iondolewe kikamilifu kutoka bungeni ili tuanze mchakato mpya wa kuja na sheria nyingine. Lakini hata hivyo ni kama hakuna yule ambaye anataka kusikiza mwingine, na hivyo basi hata tukizungumza leo, umezungumzia kuhusu eco levy. Kuna wale ambao wanauliza hii eco levy ikiwekwa itakuwa ni kwa bidhaa gani, kwa sababu inasemekana ukinunua hata ni mafuta ya kupika tayari imeongezewa ushuru, na pia kwa sababu inawekwa ndani ya plastiki pia ina eco levy. Hivyo basi ni mazungumzo tu ambayo Wakenya wanauliza, pia kulingana na matozo ambazo wamekuwa wakitozwa kwa mwaka mmoja uliopita. Wakenya wanauliza, tuliwapa pesa mmetumia kwa njia gani? Hamna mtu yote ambaye anataka kuwapa jibu sahihi, jibu ambalo Wakenya watasema naam, hii pesa tuliwapa ya nyumba, tuliweka kwenye account hii, tenders ndio hizi, tuliweka kwenye gazette notice, tumefanya kadha wa kadha. Lakini hakuna yeyote ambaye anawapa jibu ambalo watasema ala, kuna kazi ambayo imefanyika.
Alafu vijana hawa janja sana, kwa sababu umeangalia wamekuwa wakichukua kila fedha ambazo zimetengwa na hazina ya kitaifa, kwamba ukiangalia ofisi ya rais imetengewa ukarabati wa shilingi bilioni 1. Wamechukua wakaweza kuivunja na kukwambia hela hii ingetumika, wanadhani wanakwambia madarasa kiwango hiki yangejengwa, madaktari kiwango hiki wangelipwa. Kwa hivyo wamekuwa wakiyazungumza yale mambo ambayo wanataka kuyazungumza kwa kutoa mambo ya uhakika, kuelezea bayana kwamba hizi fedha iwapo zingeweza kutafutiwa zingeelezwa kwa vingine, labda ingekuwa tofauti. Kama tunavyoona, hizo ni picha za moja kwa moja. Uharibifu pia umefanywa katika bustani hii ambayo ilichukua mamilioni ya pesa kuweza kuifanyia marekebisho ya Uhuru. Tukiona ile ndege ambayo ilikuwa imewekwa pale, watu ambao wangependa kuiona pia imeteketezwa awali na waandamanaji. Kwa hivyo uharibifu huu umeweza kufanyika katika maeneo mengi sana. Hizo ni picha tu za moja kwa moja ambazo ni za katikati ya jiji la Nairobi, ambapo hali kidogo tumeona kumekuwa na mvutano. Tumeona risasi moto zikipigwa dhidi ya waandamanaji, pia tumeona vitoza machozi vikiweza kurushwa. Hebu tusikilize.
After now they went to the National Assembly chambers. All this time, MPs, parliamentary staff and journalists were being evacuated through the tunnel that leads all the way to basement 1, basement 2, and that is where, under very tight security, we were able to stay for at least an hour. And all this time, some MPs were lying down, others were seated. You could see the shock. You could see the unexpected turn of events. Right now what you are seeing is police officers inside parliament buildings. They're just sitting here making sure that, you know what, no other invasion happens. And also they're taking time to rest, honestly, because, you know, it's the same officers that have been engaging protesters in running battles earlier on. So it is also a time to re-energize for them, but they're saying that at some point they will have also to just order each and everyone to come out of this particular building.
Kujeni. Shida, ujui itaanza kurusha kutoka wapi. Yo. Haya nyuma yetu sasa. Tukapeleka baya kwanza. Haya nyuma yenu Yo mawe.
All right, we now cross back to the Kenyatta National Hospital. As I mentioned earlier, those who were injured in the protests were taken there to receive medical assistance. We have Willie Lusige, who is on ground. Willie, can you tell us what is transpiring?
Olive, definitely it has not been the usual day here at the Accident and Emergency Department at the KNH, because this is where they are receiving all those who have been injured during today's demonstration against the Finance Bill 2024-2025. And you have been camping here for a while, actually for like 3 or 4 hours, and you have seen so many people who are being brought in here. Most of them have been injured, especially in regard to bullet wounds. Some of them have been injured in terms of different body parts. Others have been injured on their legs, their hands, and some of them also have seen victims who have also nursing bullet wounds on their heads. And we have been camping here to be able to see what will be happening in the course of the day, those who are coming in, and also to be able to get the numbers of those who have been injured. So far, as per the statement that has been issued a few minutes ago by the Kenyatta National Hospital Communication Department, they have said they have received so far 45 victims, and they are still receiving others, so that is not the end number, but they are still waiting to be able to capture the total number of details at the end of the day. But as per my own observation, by the time that they were saying they had 45 injured victims, so far we have received more than those, and now the number is going much higher. I can say maybe most probably between 80 and 100, and we have seen some of the ambulances that are arriving here with more than 2 or 3 victims in them. Those ones that you're seeing on your screen, those are the parents, family and friends of those who have been informed. Maybe their relatives or even people close to them have been brought here, because I've spoken to some of the families. They're saying they have only received calls from the Kenyatta National Hospital being told that maybe their family members or even friends have been brought here. So that's why they're camping here, to be able to see what will happen next, and also to be given a chance to get in there in the wards and to have a word maybe with their friends. But some of them who have been brought in here, they are critically injured. Many of them have been taken to, we are being told by the nurses and the doctors who have spoken, to ICU because of the bullet wounds, and those ones who have not been highly injured are also being treated in different places, because the hospital, as per now, the accident and emergency wards are full. That's why they have been trying to find other places to be able to find shelter for those ones who are still being brought in. We have seen different medics, different ambulances, different organizations trying to bring in those victims without considering where they were found or even if they have their relatives nearby. And the number has been increasing since we came here in the course of the day. But as per the statement that was issued by KNH, the number has been increasing since we came here in the course of the day. But as per the statement that was issued by KNH, they said the number of victims is actually 45, those ones injured, but this is because they started to receive the victims from 12 noon, and the number that they gave us, that was the total number that they had received by 3 p.m. And then it definitely is clear, you can see from 3 p.m. up to now, the number is a little bit higher. I've also witnessed more than 30 or 40 ambulances coming here, and many of them are not carrying one individual or two, but some are carrying even up to higher, up to more than 100 by the end of the day. But the hospital has said it requires more time because it's an emergency crisis.
Mimi naogopa kiboko bwana. Nikiona pale wanachapa watu.
Akansema will you remember this name? Again? Just those two places. So like my interest is I don't want to just go to this time to go.
Unajua washafunga kitu. Kitu is down. Ismail. Ismail. Yeah. No. Sasa sisi tunataka
coming to you from, those are live pictures coming to you straight from the Nairobi CBD, a carnage that we continue to witness as the protesters went to the streets today to demand that the finance bill 2024 be rejected in totality. Kenyans went to the streets today as slowly retreating and leaving the town. That is the carcass of a police vehicle that was put to fire earlier today, and it is a situation that continues to be experienced in the country and other regions of the country as well. But as stated, the town is slowly, the protesters are slowly leaving the CBD as they go back home. But we're not sure about that. We shall be following what is happening as we bring you the latest. But I'm not here alone. I am with Suleiman Yeri. Suleiman Yeri, tukiangalia ni kama mshike umepungua. Ni yapi ambayo wewe washuhudia kutoka upande wako?
Na kweli kabisa kama hali unavyoiona sasa hivi, mshike vitu za machozi, risasi ambazo tulikuwa tunazisikia awali, pia watu wengi ambao halaiki ya watu ambao ilikuwa imejaa katika jiji hilo, unaona sasa hivi limepungua pakubwa. Katika barabara hii ya Kenyatta walikuwa wamekongamana pale vijana ambao toka asubuhi mwendo wa saa 2 walikuwa wamefika pale wakitaka kuelekea katika ule wito wao wa Occupy Parliament. Lakini sasa hivi hali unavyoiona ni kama naweza sema amani imerudi jijini, kwa sababu wengi wameondoka pale, hatujajua wameelekea upande gani. Lakini kulingana na hizi picha tunazozipata kupitia mpiga picha wetu ambaye yuko pale Cyrus Makao, ni kwamba vijana wengi wameanza kuondoka. Unafahamu kwamba waziri wa usalama wa kitaifa alikuwa amewaambia kwamba maandamano haya yaweze kufanyika kuanzia asubuhi hadi kufikia mwisho wake saa 12:30, lakini kuanzia mwendo saa 11 hivi na dakika kama 10 hivi tulianza kuona vijana hao wakianza kuondoka katikati mwa jiji hili la Nairobi. Sasa hivi hali inaanza kurudi kuwa shwari. Tunaona baadhi ya shughuli zikiendelea, lakini shughuli nyingi kutwa nzima zilikuwa leo zimesitishwa. Na hizo ni baadhi ya barabara. Unawaona vikundi ni vidogo, si kama awali ilikuwa ni halaiki ya watu ambao walikuwa wamejaa kwenye barabara hii wakijaribu kuja hadi katika hoteli ile iliyokuwa ya Intercontinental, kupita katika kanisa la Holy Family Basilica kuelekea katika majengo ya bunge. Lakini baada ya kuingia bungeni na kuondoka, hatujaona tena wakifaulu kurudi. Lakini sasa hivi ni kama hali inaanza kutulia na amani inaanza kurudi katika jiji hili la Nairobi ya Seto.
And that is Koinange Street. As you can see, nothing much is happening, but some glimpse of gathering here and there. We're not so sure who those are, but what we can confirm to you is the multitude of Kenyans who were on the streets today seemingly has gone down. Remember, this was the epicenter of the running battles with the police the entire day today, as the protesters went to the street demanding that the Finance Bill 2024 be withdrawn and rejected altogether. That did not happen, hence the protesters making their way all the way to the National Assembly, the Parliament building. And if you can just see, we have small groups of individuals. That is a police vehicle that is parked at the intersection. That is the Kenyatta Avenue, and as you proceed north, that is Koinange Street. Police officers seemingly just doing their rounds and making sure that everything is going as normal. And as you can see, there is a lady who's standing there who looks like has a bandage on her leg. She's being assisted by individuals. We see Red Cross on the front. These could be part of the protesters who are in the city. But as you can see, some of them are injured. Red Cross are walking with them. We can see one is actually lifting a white object. Looks like it's a drip or could be a signage of peace. But that notwithstanding, the town right now is seemingly coming back to normalcy, with the police making sure that everything is going on well. That is a carcass of a vehicle that was burnt today. The lady standing there seemingly taking photos, just a memorabilia of what happened today, taking a picture of that together with the cameraman. This one, she wants to have that as a reminder of such a day, what happened. And as rightfully said, those are individuals. You can see some are limping. There's a lady who has a bandage as they go up towards Koinange Street. Suleiman Yeri.
Na kama unavyoona, tumeona mmoja akijaribu kupiga picha. Tukirudi katika zile kauli ambazo kwa tunazisikia bungeni juzi, kiongozi wa wengi Kimani Ichung'wah akisema wengi wamekuja tu kupiga picha, alafu baadaye wende watafute tu zile maeneo yale ya kula vibanzi. Kwa hivyo mmoja ameamua kwamba yeye lazima apige picha na lile gari ambalo limeteketezwa pale, ikiwa ni gari la maafisa wa polisi. Lakini uharibifu hujafanyika Nairobi peke yake, Aseto. Tumeona kwamba uharibifu pia umefanyika kule Eldoret katika majengo ama makao ya county, ambapo ile mahakama ya county pia iliteketezwa. Pia tumeona baadhi ya magari katika maeneo mengine pia yakiteketezwa. Lakini pia uharibifu mkubwa umefanya katika bustani ya Uhuru, ambapo ni bustani ambayo imefunguliwa hivi majuzi baada ya fedha nyingi tu kupewa Nairobi Metropolitan Service kuweza kuifanyia marekebisho bustani hiyo ili kuipa sura mpya. Lakini waandamanaji wameingia pale, wameteketeza ile studio ambayo hutumika pale na imewekwa pale kama ya kuweza kurekodi nyimbo katikati ya bustani ya Uhuru. Pia tumeona kwamba kumeteketezwa ile ndege ambayo pia huwa imeegeshwa pale kwa watu kuiona na kupata ufahamu. Lakini wengi wanasema huwa ni eneo la mankuli. Kwa hivyo kuna uharibifu kadha wa kadha ambao leo umefanyika. Ni tofauti sana na tulivyoona maandamano yale yalifanyika Alhamisi iliyopita. Vijana wengi hawakuwa na ghadhabu, hawakuwa wanarusha mawe ama hawakuwa wanateketeza chochote, lakini ya leo tumeona yamebadilika zaidi kuliko yale ambayo yalikuwa siku ile ya kwanza. Siku ya kwanza, lakini leo hii wengi wamekuja hapa wakiwa wameghadhabishwa na zile kamata ambazo zilikuwa zimefanyika, wakitaka kwamba wenzao wale ambao wanasema wamekuwa katika maandamano haya waweze kuachiliwa, lakini hayakuwa yakitekelezwa. Sijui hicho ndo nadhani labda kimewaghadhabisha leo hii na paka kuwa na ghadhabu hii na kuanza kufanya uharibifu mkubwa, kwa sababu wiki jana walikuwa na amani sana, walirushiwa vitoza machozi, lakini hawakuwa ni wenye kuregesha. Walikuwa nalilia tu kwamba lazima mswada huu uondelewe kikamilifu.
Wajua Yeri, tukizidi kutathmini kile ambacho kimefanyika leo, lazima tujiulize, je, ni vipi tumefika hapa? Kwa sababu Wakenya wamesema tunataka mswada wa fedha 2024 uondolewe kikamilifu. Lakini hata hivyo, kuna wale ambao ni vijana tu. Wajua hawa Gen Zs, millennials ama tuseme tu Wakenya kwa kawaida, wameketi wamezungumza, ni watu ambao wanajuana. Na hivyo basi ukipata kuna wenzao ambao wanakamatwa kwa sababu wako ndani ya wanashughulika na mambo ambayo yanaendelea hapa nchini. Hivyo basi unapata wengi wao wanauliza ni vipi, kwani nchi ambayo sisi tuko ndani. Nakumbuka vijana ndio ambao kwa kikubwa tu ukikumbuka mwaka wa
all that, and most importantly any medical notes that are necessary. For example, if you had already administered some sorts of medications, if the hospital staff were to administer the same medications, it will be an overdose, so they need to hand over personally hand over the patient to the hospital staff. So the ones you see queuing are the ones who have brought them in ambulances, and because this is a triage situation, which means that to the hospital staff. So the ones you see queuing are the ones who have brought them in ambulances, and because this is a triage situation, which means that the hospital emergency teams will be prioritizing the more serious cases. Especially you had the doctor or the medic at the church saying some people have very serious wounds like broken limbs and gunshot wounds even to the head and all that. So
all right, so I'm seeing the representatives of some human rights organizations, including Haki Africa, that is Khalid, who's about to address the press there. Yes. Let's listen and then we'll continue the conversation later. Sure.
Khalid ni moja wanaharakati. We rushed here after we heard that the injured have been rushed here. We've spoken to some of the doctors wametuambia that they've received 2 dead. When they arrived, they were already dead. One was shot in the head, and the other one was already dead. I don't know where he was injured. They've also informed us that so far they have treated around 125. 125, most of them injuries, soft tissue injuries. Others were injured in different places. But it's really sad to see these kinds of injuries, because this protest was largely peaceful. And we didn't expect that, these kinds of fatalities would be reported, these kinds of injuries would be happening. We are very saddened, and we want to inform the state that Kenya has moved many years from those dark days, and we are not in a police state. Yes. And the police should not use excessive force on peaceful, youthful protesters. We will work with the necessary institutions, we will work with the necessary authorities to make sure those that have been killed, those that have been injured, they get justice. We cannot allow, any use of excessive force like this. And we are committed to ensure that the message gets through, that the government listens to the people. Kenya is a country that is governed by a rule of law. Yes. And police cannot use excessive force on peaceful protesters like this. Over 100 people have been treated here. Yes. We cannot have such kind of a situation. And we will stand firmly with those that are injured, we'll stand firmly with those that have been killed, and make sure that they get justice.
Taxes must fall.
Yes, of course, this will not deter us from delivering the message. And the message is very clear. Reject finance bill. Why are we being forced to accept this? You cannot force this bill on Kenyans' throats. Why is the message not getting through to these people? Yeah, 204 people against 54 million. Does that even make sense? So we are saying enough is enough. Listen to the masses. Listen to the people. Yes. Come down from your high seat and listen to the voices. You can't say you want to dialogue, then you are killing people. How is that dialogue when you're shooting live bullets at peaceful protesters? That is not right. That is unacceptable. Yes. We are living in a country governed by a constitution and the rule of law. Yes. Kwa nini munatumia live bullets against people? Yes. Why are you doing that? So this is unacceptable. Na tumesema enough is enough. Yes. And we must listen to the voices of the people. Yes. Well, right now we've informed IPOA. We, of course, are waiting for the next of kin to be informed. We can't just come in. Lazima tutafute familia za wale wameuliwa, waelezewe kwanza. We must respect that. After that, of course, just as we've done with Rex, just as we are doing with Evans, we'll proceed to the post-mortem and then immediately make sure those officers who are involved are removed from the service, investigations zifanywe, and after that, washikwe, wafunguliwe mashtaka na wafungwe korokoroni.
Out of the 125 casualties, how many have been informed are suffering from gunshot?
Well, they can't count, but they told us definitely some of those wounds are as a result of shooting. We have quite a number that probably is soft tissue, but they said that out of the 125 or so, a good number, they said a good number, I can't tell the number, but they said a good number are gunshot wounds victims.
So we currently have over 100 people at Jamia Mosque.
So those are casualties that have not been reported. Currently we have people that are in Jamia Mosque. We have a Red Cross team ambao bado hawajafika hapa. Kwa hivyo namba ambazo Hussein Khalid amesema ni tofauti, ni wale ambao wako hapa Kenyatta National Hospital, lakini kuna wale ambao bado mpaka sasa hivi tunaweza kucollect, lakini data itaweza kupotekana labda kesho ama kesho kutwa, lakini tunaomba sisi sote wale ambao wako saizi town, tafadhali turudi nyumbani, manake tulikuwa tushaamua ni kuanzia saa 6 mpaka saa ngapi? Saa 11. Kwa hivyo tungewaomba wale saa 12 naarifiwa hivyo. Kwa wale Gen Z na wale ambao wamekuwa na sisi, tafadhali turudi nyumbani, tujipange na tuangalie vipi tutakavyoenda, si ndio?
Yeah, we are appealing to the protesters, please, wherever you are, if you're listening, the time imefika. Please, let's end this now. Make sure you reach home when there is still daylight. Don't give them an excuse, because we know last time wale waliuliwa ilikuwa ni usiku, and this is the time when they send out goons to break into shops, to destroy property, and then they use that to kill more of our youth. So we are appealing to everyone who is out there right now. The message has been delivered. We've occupied parliament. Kila mtu amesikia message. Zakayo ashuke, reject finance bill. Please, please and please, right now, let's make our way home peacefully, and we leave to protest another day. Thank you very much.
Down, down finance bill.
Down, down finance bill.
Zakayo ashuke. Aya, sasa. Hiyo ndio picha sasa. Alafu tusonge mbele. Tusonge mbele hapo tutafunza. Leo wameamua. Nani? Wako Nyeri.
Kinama? Kuja Kinama. Kuna shida hapa. Kama umeingilia pesa. Kama umeingilia pesa. Kutoka screen ama kutoka Boss. 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 Nini naendelea ndani? Okay. Okay. Hebu angalia kama tutaweka. Okay. Hebu shika. Postina mko? Niko. Ndio risasi inapiga moja. Ile ndio wewe. Ndio onyesha hiyo. Hii ni mambo ni mangapi? Akuje pale, akae pale, venye ikomba kura, akuje tusikize. Sisi hatuna chama, hatuna ukabila, ama nini kama hiyo. Lakini
Ruto ashuke. Ashuke. Kabisa. Kufurahia na history. Kofiti mbaya sana. Na tunajililia bana. Najililia. Hii hapa. Tunaongea. Sema kitu tu kwangu. Ndio, sasa tu tuongee, tunaogopa kuongea. Sawa, iko sawa. Wacha tuongee. Kaji. Fiti. Sasa hivi mshauri. Barua kutoka wanauliza kama ananipigia. Hapa bana. Nataka naanza kuwa reporter kidogo. Bana, wanataka kusema hata polisi. Achana. Check that thing. Reject bana. Reject kitu. Wameturushia bado wanatuletea baka mafarasi. Rada.
Anthony Muheria of Nyeri and Apostolic Administrator of Embu, Archbishop Martin Kivuva of Mombasa, Archbishop Philip Anyolo of Nairobi.
Tuelekee katika makao makuu ya chama cha DAP Kenya ambapo viongozi wa Azimio akiwamo pale kiongozi wa Wiper Kalonzo Musyoka atakuwepo pale kuzungumza, pia vile vile Eugene Wamalwa atakuwa akizungumza pale. Hebu tuangalie hali ilivyo, wana ujumbe upi kwa taifa hususan baada ya maandamano haya ambayo yamekuwa
Wametoa?
Pray for our young people and all the Kenyans. We pray that you are with.
Thank you very much, members of the media. We have here a statement released by the Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops. It is entitled, God Save Our Beloved Country, with a quotation from Matthew chapter 25,
from Makueni to Lodwar. Lodwar is in Turkana. Okay. In Garissa, the 47 counties of our republic, and all of them were unanimous. The finance bill must be withdrawn in its totality. And shockingly, their cause, clarion calls, were not heeded, resulting in a matter that has never happened in the history of this country, where symbolically the Kenyan people have withdrawn their delegated authority to Parliament by taking hold of the mace. And that actually means the sovereign power, the sovereign authority of the Kenyan people is vested in the people themselves. So this is not a matter that Kenya Kwanza and Mheshimiwa William Ruto can take lightly. They have said Ruto must go. It is not Azimio saying so. It is the people of Kenya saying Ruto must go. And so the killings we are saying must stop. And the Honorable Eugene Wamalwa has explained in some very fine detail why our military, our KDF, who have done beautifully, served with such distinction, not only in Kenya, but in places like Sierra Leone, in Mozambique. Right now, they're doing duty in Somalia from the days when we were there with President Kibaki. They should not be drawn into this local conflict. They are also our children. They all get affected. They all have pay slips, which are looking very thin, and therefore we just wanted to reiterate that point. And finally, media. Media, the freedom of expression, the freedom of the press. Kenya Kwanza, we gather that the plan is they wait until 6:30, according to Kindiki, and then close down the country. This cannot happen, not in Kenya. This is a democracy, and a functioning democracy, where the will of the people must always prevail. And the majority have spoken. This is why we are saying Honorable Ruto should do the right thing, the honorable thing, resign before Sri Lanka happens here in Kenya.
All right. Correct. Mheshimiwa Kioni. I associate myself with the comments that have been made by my colleagues, but add that
kama pia uko gas bana. Kwa hiyo kazi mbele inaisha.
have raised concern over excessive use of force by police. Prior to that, we also had a statement from Azimio leaders, including Eugene Wamalwa, as well as Kalonzo Musyoka. Raila Odinga has also issued a statement. Ambassadors have also issued a statement, and I will begin with that statement, joint statement by ambassadors and high commissioners on protests. As friends and partners to Kenya, we note that Kenya's constitution guarantees the right to peaceful protest. All actors have the responsibility to respect, uphold, promote, and fulfill the principles of democracy and the rule of law, particularly by ensuring a proportionate security response. We are deeply concerned by the violence witnessed in many parts of the country during the recent protests and are especially shocked by the scenes witnessed outside the Kenyan parliament. We regret the tragic loss of life and injuries sustained, including the use of live fire. We welcome the statement released by the Honorable Chief Justice Martha Koome and are deeply concerned by allegations of abductions of protesters. We welcome civic engagement by all leaders, in particular the youth, in addressing issues of vital public concern. We call for restraint on all sides and encourage all leaders to find peaceful solutions through constructive dialogue. The statement has been jointly issued by the Canadian High Commission, the Royal Danish Embassy, the Embassy of Finland, Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany, Embassy of Ireland, Embassy of the Netherlands, Embassy of the Republic of Estonia, Embassy of Norway, Embassy of Sweden, Embassy of Romania, Embassy of Belgium, the British High Commission, and the Embassy of the United States of America. It is not the only statement that has been issued this afternoon following those events that have been playing out on your screens. The Kenya National Commission on Human Rights has also written a letter to the President, William Samoei Ruto, a call to action on the escalating human rights violations and state of anarchy in the country, they say, during the ongoing protests against the Finance Bill 2024. In the letter, they say, Mr. President, today is a sad day in the history of our beloved motherland. The Kenya National Commission on Human Rights has been monitoring the shocking escalation of human rights violations seen in the last few hours, including excessive use of force and indiscriminate shooting of civilians by police, as well as a section of violent protesters. Pursuant to its constitutional mandate to protect human rights for all in Kenya, the Commission hereby calls on your immediate and direct intervention as follows. A, they say that he swore to defend and protect the Constitution of Kenya. They say this is the time to do it. They also demand